I feel dumb. I've been streaming this. I've been talking with my mic muted. I might muted my mic last night when I did the little community tab video. I feel dumb. So let's start the stream over, shall we? Hi. Uh, we're going to be working on active aerodynamics today, which is something I've already done. However, I now have a new trick up my sleeve. I've figured out a way to WASD servos. What I was showing here in the build menu just a few seconds ago was that if you push a servo through an electric motor, the servo will adopt this backwards keybind, and it fully functions. Hold key down, invert key, and the degree are all customizable. The only difference is, in this configuration, now it uses A as the keybind for the servo instead of its normal keybind. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. I can't tell if this is a bug or a feature because it's so functional. It feels like a feature, but it's so random. It feels like a bug. And I can't really tell which one it would be considered. I trust. So at some point today, we're going to do the Queen's Race again with this car. And then I have some other experiments I want to try, mostly involving... So right now, the active aerodynamics is the fins that you see that shift. I want to actually add the active aerodynamics to the downforce. Because part of what is making this work is the actual wind direction. The angle of the fins is doing some of this work right now. However, some of it is also because I'm only turning one side of the vehicle, and that's causing drag on that side of the vehicle, which is causing an additional turning force. However, that's a problem. I'm adding a significant amount of drag. What I want to be able to do is have it so that when I turn, my downforce wings will actually lift on the side I need to turn to induce more downforce, but also create more drag on that side of the car so that it pulls me around the corner. Last live stream, yeah. I wasn't planning on live streaming today, but then I discovered this in the middle of the night. I'm going pretty good. I'm just kind of chilling out, driving this car around, getting some practice laps in, because I do, like I said, want to race this against the Queen. But I do want to wait for the chat to fill up a little bit more, see if we can get some more people in here watching before I do it, because my concern always is if I do the Queen's race, I don't want to just beat my record, like accidentally, like immediately. Because if this car works well, it's working really well. If this car works as well as I hope it does, I'm afraid that I might beat the Queen too easily, which has been a concern for a lot of my cars. That being said, they all have beaten my times considerably. It just took me practice. Yes, I know in the Queen's Race we turn around here. I just like this open track because it's a lot more fun to drive, in my opinion. Because in her race, we do this were a... No. Good to know that the thing still functions without the servo physically there. And I can also hold all of the keys, and they do act as air brakes. It's not the best use case for them, but it is a use case. Yeah, that's something I discovered last night. Because normally you can't keybind the servos to WASD. It's just not something the game allows. And some people have gotten around it by using like a third-party software to make it so that when they press D on their keyboard, it also presses like F or something for their fins. But what I'm doing is actually done in-game with all the parts that you build, so that when you press D, it activates the servo. I kind of want to say directly, but I know it doesn't do it directly. I'm assuming it's activating the engine, but it has all the functionality of the servo, so that's what confuses me. So if I go back to build, what it is actually the servo and an electric engine. If you pass the output through both the servo and the electric engine, the servo will function 100% as normal. However, it now uses this keybind, which is the backwards key for the engine. Don't know why. Don't know how, don't know the exact details, which is something I want to experiment with in this stream. However, as you can see, it works. It does its job, and you can actually here, I'm just going to delete this so you can see. This here is like the full package. It's just a servo, engine, and then the actual mechanical connection. And because of how compact this is, you can just have it as a 2-pin hookup. And you could possibly even make this more compact. Here, let me put this back before I break anything else. So let's say, for example, I want to use this one here. I should be able to add a motor, a servo. Actually, I'm going to have to move this over just because I didn't give myself enough space. Here we go. A motor with its pin, a servo, and then you could also just do it this way. So that, there you go. There's a connection. Done. Just have that, and then there's the pin through here. There's the servo, and then there's your output. You could use either that or this. Done. Like I said, I don't know why it works. It works so well, it feels like a feature. But it's so random, it feels like a glitch. And I don't know which one it is. The weight rotation, it does. And actually, it's a really great way, really easy, really simple way to just add extra turning to a car. The problem is with the limits we're pushing the game to now, like we're going for we're going for top spots. In this race, I want to say for like the S classes or like the S plus classes, I'm 9th or something, and overall I'm like 17th or something like that. And we're already pulling time on my previous attempts. Not there, though. It seems like my other car is still better at straightaway speeds, yeah. But it's in the corners where I expect this one to take, like that. Actually, in some ways, it has too much turning. Yeah, I didn't give myself enough time to slow down for that turn. I'm 55th on my first try in the F1 car. Nice. I still have to see where I'm actually at on the leaderboards. But here's why I was saying that. Because we're pushing the game at such a high limit, lighter cars are better in almost every way, it seems. So, yes, that is a great way to add turning, but it is also a pretty heavy way to add turning, because you're adding an electric motor and an actual weight to the car. So that's the idea with these, like the active aerodynamics, is can we get a just as good turning feel, if not better, with the same or less weight, because active aerodynamics improves as you're going faster, which counterbalances the wheels doing worse as you go faster. But also, with the wheel, you're fighting wheel slip. With this, you're not as much fighting wheel slip, because with like the rotating wheel, the rotating wheel is essentially overpowering the wheel's own grip to turn. Which, when you're trying to stay stuck to the track, overpowering your own grip is not a good idea. I think we've lost this just because my other car has better straight line speeds. We could make it up here in the corner if I didn't mess up. Okay. We're still going to go through with this. Because I think right here is where this car shines the most. These corners right here I can take much faster now. Car is the transmission. Yeah, so this is a 6-speed transmission, by the way. So I still stand by these small engines are the best engines in the game. Or I should say, like, the medium engines. They've already been appearing. These are all I build are the stripped down designs. "25 seconds. It, in part, is just because I've crashed like 3 times and haven't reset, just so I can get some more practice in on the race. I can see the Queen in the distance there. I think this car has the ability to do top speed, but with the other design for active aerodynamics I want to do. Now this game, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy Stormworks, but 2 problems. One, it's really complex. Like, to make an engine, you have to make a microcontroller, essentially. And then there's the issue of the guns in the game have accuracy of World War I howitzers. The game with laser-guided munitions and microcomputers has guns that are worse than the fucking Mark IV that the British built. I mean, trying to optimize every single connection to use less parts. Yeah. So, I'm going to save this car. I'm going to duplicate it, because I want to try the other active aerodynamic system. So instead of using these fins to turn, I'm actually going to raise and lower the foils here. You're stuck at the delivery stuff. Make a truck and trailer. If you want to, like, my build for the delivery mission was this. It is just a truck and trailer. What you have to do is drive your whatever container that you build underneath that brown like pier. It looks like a dock just above the spawn, and it'll throw everything off, and you just catch it. Just catch it in here. Just let it get thrown in here. And then drive this up to the actual thing. You know what? Fuck it. I'll get back to building in a second. Let me find the actual race. Where is it at? Destroy. Transport. Oh yeah, this is the one where I wasn't allowed to get gold because I did it too good the first time. And there was a bug in the game at the time where if you did this challenge too well, it wouldn't complete. Ta-da! Help you build a container, yeah. Alright. Back to what we were building. Deleting all of these. Essentially, I want to eliminate as much aerodynamics as possible for the sake of speed. So without any aerodynamics, how fast can we get this to go? Just, well, there are some. There's, of course, the 4 in the corners, but there's not the complex system that I was using before. Because before I wasn't even hitting 6th gear. 280-ish? I was slowing down for the corner there, so the speed trap wasn't accurate. Let's do this first on the back, just because we have more room to work with. And then we're going to go connector. Ooh, funny sound. There. And then we need to do engine. Servo. I wonder if I can get this to fit inside of the wing. I don't think this will. And then this. And that. Two. No, it won't. But we could do that. Actually, what's stopping us from just going like this? So, mechanical 4. To 3 special. And then this will be hold key. Let's do about 60. Hold key 60. Might have to change. We are going to have to change these. And this one will be A. This one will be D. Let's see how this looks in free drive already. So normally they're flat. What? Why isn't this working? Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. According, I'm baffled. This isn't working. Is it because of the placement of this? W and S work for it, though. What? Confusion noises? More confusion noise? You don't even have D as a value. There is nothing in here. Why are you phantomly controlling the other one? Excuse me? Both A and D are working. Huh? What? Excuse me? You're having the same problem. You need to go. Yeah. Have a good one then. Let's see, for the sake of, if this is fixed by having it in a different orientation. Still working with A and D. What? So now this opens another question for me. Now the other one is working as intended. They're both being affected by A, but only one's being affected by B? A D? What? I wonder if the game is just like trying to shorthand something, and as a result, these values are getting crossed. Okay, this one only works on A, but they both work on D. A, D. A, D. I think this is definitely a glitch. I don't think it's a feature anymore. A, D, A, D. I... It works now, but why? Let's just do E. 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 I need to put something into that so I can actually see when it tilts. Okay. E. 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 Okay. Now, theory being, if I build another one of these next to it, good. The monarchs are really easy in the game. And I do electric engine. Actually, I need to offset this a little bit. This is for testing anyway, so I'm going to fix it later. Electric engine. Pin. Beam. Motor. Connector. Rotation. I believe, without doing anything else, this will take that E keybind. No. What if I do it the other direction? Or is it just because I built the two simultaneously that caused the issue? Is it because they're different directions? Excuse me. So let's try this. What if I build these two at the same time? Have this one be E, this one be Q. This is just to simulate what I did before where I built them together. There it is. Yep, that's the glitch. Okay. But now, if I tear this apart and then I build it, and this one is Q, this one will be E, they still have that issue. What if the servos are already placed? Oh, this one's just not working at all. Did I not keybind it? I did keybind it. Now the glitch is back. So because I entered the two menus, right now, so the idea being, if you look at the ones on the back right now, when I press D, this one raises. I actually need to invert these. When I press D, that one raises. When I press A, that one raises. This is what I'm trying to do, but I've discovered a glitch where if you build them in the correct order, they don't keybind properly. And I'm trying to deduce what's causing that glitch. And there it is. So, if you build the servos second, they will take the keybind of whatever engine is in line with them. So you have to build the servo and then the electric engine, it seems. Okay, good to know. Invert one. I'm not sure what you mean by invert one. Essentially, we're trying to design an active aerodynamic system where as we press the corresponding key. Oh, in the settings? Yeah, I don't need them inverted though. I don't need them inverted. Inverted does something different than I think you're thinking it does. The problem was it was activating off a keybind that it was not assigned. And it was because I had placed the electric engines before the servos. Now I can say 42 and negative 42. So as I'm ripping around the track and I press D, the wheels will steer, and so will the fins. Meaning I can take those corners at ridiculous speeds, whilst also maintaining my downforce. And in straightaways, not losing significant downforce either. Well, I should say, in straightaways, not inheriting a bunch of drag. While in turns, not inheriting. I'm not wording well. 63. In turns, having better downforce and turning capability. However, in straightaways, having less downforce and more speed, less drag. Less downforce, less drag in straightaways. More downforce, more drag in turns. Because now we're going like 260. Then I can activate that wing. And it does help. However, I want to have the front one do it as well. For that, just copy this design. Actually, let's copy this design on the front of the craft. And we need to place the servos first. Which is what I know now. Unless this breaks, and then I'm clueless if it does. Now we can place the electric engines. When I press A, no, D, this one goes off. When I press A, this one goes off. Set this to negative 60, I think, is this one's negative 63. 63. We'll have to tweak these. Hold key on, hold key on. Mechanical. Special downforce. So now that one goes backwards. This one, let's do 61 as well. Let's do a little less harsh. Let's do 45 on all these values. WAS&D aerodynamics. More gears, but significantly less weight. We're only running 4 engines. I think part of my problem is things are colliding, which is causing a bug to occur, which is reducing our downforce significantly. Pagani Harar. So the idea is the spoilers are in a resting position whilst we're driving, but then turn to increase downforce while driving. However, I also need more turning, which is another problem entirely. So, off of previous knowledge, I now know I need to do the controllers first. And then the motors. I wonder if it breaks just because I did the drive shaft differently. Yeah, shorter wheelbase, narrower front, improves handling. The thing is, I'm working with all-wheel drive as well, and a lot of gears. I could, if I went for just rear-wheel drive, I possibly could shorten these wheels back a bit, but that's also the kind of the point. I want to experiment with this whole active aerodynamic system. If this doesn't break records, it's fine. If it does, hey, this is really cool and something I can actually add onto future vehicles. I need to switch these. They're going the wrong directions on both of them. Because I was experimenting with a short wheelbase car, it was just I was having trouble driving it. Because part of the problem, it's right here. Part of the problem is trying to balance downforce and controllability. or past a certain point, I am just adding weight. I realize that. Because I want to take that corner at full speed. That is my end goal. And just let the aerodynamics take care of everything else. Now I'm just basically using it as an air brake. If this works, I might actually get rid of the front downforce system. Doesn't work. Let's increase this to 66. $65. So now it's really just a brake. $34. When you want both fins to rotate at the same direction, here's the problem. I can't keybind that. Actually, no, I can't keybind that. We're playing with dangerous things right now. We're breaking the game. We are causing glitches to occur. So, well, yes, it would be nice to have both fins turning at the same time. We're already doing things the game does not like us doing. But I'm also increasing downforce on the front as well. Central pivot and control arm front and back of the stabilizer. Tribal, if you're referring to the old way that I used to do active aerodynamics, I'm actually using servos. I've found a way to get servos to WASD. Yeah, weights. I was using weights for other designs, but we're trying to make this as lightweight as possible, and even though it is a really simple and really effective design, it's literally adding a weight to the car for steering, which adds the weight, but it also causes another issue, which is the rotation. You're essentially working against the wheel's grip to try and force the car to turn. What this is doing is, instead of just imparting a force onto the vehicle, it's just causing more downforce and drag on one side of the car to help induce the turn. Which, because we're inducing downforce, we need less overall downforce because it activates on its own in the corner. Problem is, I know this is not the top speed that this car can reach. Even in the corners, I know this is not the top speed this car can reach. So what I'm tempted to do is actually get rid of the rear fins downforce system, just to save on the weight, and only use the little flaps, the little turning rudders, essentially. Just have the downforce system on the front wheels for the extra turning. So I'm going to turn this down, actually. So I think we're putting the angle at too high, and we're basically stalling it. That's my theory right now. shifting the weight on a pendulum to try and steer would be interesting. Now, if I put a fin on the front of this as well, will this help our overall turn? Because now we have an air surface at the front and back. That turns a whole lot more than I expected it to. Turns a whole lot more than I expected it to. I kind of want to get rid of the downforce system on the rear wing now that this is turning much better. Because that's a lot of weight I could shave off. Let's duplicate this for the sake of not destroying it entirely if I do want to go back to that build. But right now, we're 888. I'm going to put a fin back here. But it's going to be static. And to make up for the loss, I'm actually going to tilt this a little bit more. So we went from 881, or 888, to 806. We lost 80 pounds doing that. How long the car is might be able to get away with rear steer. Let's try 4-wheel steer. I'm afraid this is going to be too too, like, turny. Yeah, we're just skidding. We're just skidding through those corners. So no, we're not going to do that. However, I have an idea. Because when this wing pivots, it raises the wing. So doing this right now, 154. 154 doesn't add any air resistance in the straightaway, but when I start to turn, this tilts and reveals more of it to the airflow. Severe thunderstorm warning. I just had an idea as well. Because of that same principle that I just said like 2 seconds ago, could we also... What's our air resistance? 154. Add a fin. That does nothing. In 64. Does nothing in a straightaway. For the ability to set a speed, it's active. Yeah, set at what speed it's active, turning. So that... Looks like the wheel is pushing the aerodynamics up as well. Which could be a thing in its own right. Interesting. Basically, as I turn... Can I put pistons on the suspension to achieve that angle? Possibly, but the problem would be transmitting power through the suspension then if the suspension is turning. That being said, I'm going to do a quick intermission because I need to go do something. And I will be right back. And we'll continue building on this. And I want to continue with the concept of tilting aerodynamics into the wind. There we go. I returned. And it's storming pretty hard here. Dude's playing with aerodynamics. I still make happy monkey noises when I manage to attach 2 gears. Hmm. Let's see. How I want to do this. What did I feel like our weight went up? What did I add? Okay, never mind. It went down. It went back to where I thought it should be. Hello, Devin. I'm curious about something else now. With this, could I just make this into a fin? So when it's vertical, I'm hoping it acts similar to how the shark fin would. But then when it tilts, it's going to then reveal itself to the air at an angle like that. It seems to be working. I need a higher angle, though. 58. Game decided it for me. Ooh, that works. Works surprisingly well. Because what? 166, 156, 164, which is this design. I could also have these wing elements, a lot of them, hidden behind other wing elements so that they only pop out when you're turning. They only get exposed to the air when you're turning. Noticing that's hitting the wheel there. So for the sake of testing, actually, let's do this. Let's reverse the aerodynamics. Almost. Oh, stealth. Your friend died. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not working as well as I wanted it to. Now, I'm curious about a few things. One being actually rotating the aerodynamics. Like, rotating them in this sort of direction to push in the direction of the turn. But I feel like that's just going really complicated. And having something just like the fin that I had before is effective enough for what we're doing. It's storming now. I'm trying to think of other ways we can use the servo to affect the fins on this. Like what kind of angles and stuff we could use. I am almost tempted to put this aerodynamic system on the front. So we have the fins on the front and the back. Which is going to add weight, but I'm hoping it's not too detrimental. I hope I don't run into... Yeah, I shouldn't run into issues of space here. To engine. And now this one is going to be A, D, hold key on, and we're just going to do 45. Let's see if we did this correctly. Yes, yes. And then I get to do that. That's not working very effectively. And I think I knew why. Because these need to be on the outside. Oh, I can't do that there. Hello. Don't want to cause any more drag than I already am. So what I could do in this situation... I've made WASD servos. We're playing with WASD servos. That's really the goal of this stream. Testing out. At first I thought it might have been a feature, but no, it is definitely a glitch. What's worse? I'll go back and show it in a second. So yeah, these are, and it's also controlling the fins on the front, the actual downforce of the vehicle. Feels like it's actually working better, which is weird. Let's decrease this. So, the magic trick is motors and servos. If you run a servo through an electric motor, it will take its key bindings and still function fully as you would expect it to. All it does is it takes its keybind. Now, the thing you have to keep in mind is you have to place the motor last, because if you don't, some glitches can happen where multiple servos will take the same motor's keybind, even if it's not the motor it's attached to. So place the motors last. So this is A, this is D, and the servos just adopt that as their keybind. Alright, we're going to put this in the front. And we're actually going to reduce the downforce at the back. Just to reduce some wind resistance. Because man, do we have wind resistance. That's something we'll fix once we like perfect this system essentially. I'm using 2 of the large gas and 2 of the the medium gasoline ones that I like, that I love. And I'm using a 6-gear transmission. I might reduce the downforce even more. I think I've found like my key gearbox setup. It has a really nice curve to it, and then I can slap other things onto that to give me high and low gears and stuff. I'd assume it worked better on the outer end. What would work better on the outer end? The wind things? The turning pylons? Probably. The problem is this little module that I'm using for the WASD, I'm concerned about putting too far into the wind. Essentially, yeah, the same gearbox. I'm going to reduce the actual downforce even more. I'm going to reduce these to 50. A-class. Okay. Game really likes downforce on the front wheels. Like, really likes downforce on the front wheels. Holy crap. Okay. Confusion. Concern. Is it just because the downforce that I added to those front wheels? If it is... Okay, it's also because the back wheels are just drifting. So we do need some downforce back here. theory. Okay, my theory seems to be correct. Okay. So, my theory being that this game really likes its downforce on its front wheels. Like, really likes it. I wonder if the game is limiting the amount of turn on the front wheels to the grip value of those wheels. So, with more downforce, there's more grip, so they turn sharper. Yeah, like an AND gate for turning and braking. I think there's a way to do it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know there's a way to do it. Are you saying so that these come out like that when I hit brake? I have a theory. Let's remove these, because we know these aren't doing anything right now. And what's that bring our air resistance to? 175. Okay. I'm going to reduce these back down to just these. I want to experiment with that double button where you can do A and D or we're getting too much steer. So, real quick, just to test my theory. I don't want to do it on that because I'm afraid I'll actually break it. So, let's just give ourselves some room to work. Let's go ahead and grab the servo. And we're going to do an inline servo. So we're going to do one of these, which is what's on the front bumper for the fins right now. I'm going to do 4. And then we're going to do 2 inputs. So this is going to be D, and this is going to be space. This may work, it may not work. Don't hold me to this right now. Hold key on, 90 degrees. So, D doesn't do anything, space does. Okay. So it seems like the second motor placed, or the latest motor placed, overrides the control. Oh well. Theory didn't work. Now then. Back to this, though. I think these are too high now. Let's do these at negative 33, because that's where it landed. 34. Maybe it had too much cornering capability still? Let's see if I turn this a little more. 31. If that'll give us the downforce and braking we need. Or I might actually just move the... I'm going to do that, actually. I'm going to move this. Oh, that seems like so much more. Does Q still work? Yes. Q works. So you could use Q as an air brake. That's interesting. I didn't even check that. Which now also makes me wonder if, like, what would happen if you used a gas engine? Like an electric, a gas, and then I don't think you can bind it to space. Can you bind it to space? You can. So yes, you can use these as air brakes. So now, if I go here, and I press space, so they work normally when driving, or if I come to an abrupt stop, problem is that means that I also lose them for turning. Because space overrides it, it looks like. Seems like whatever motor is the strongest overrides the other. Possibly? Which is giving me even more ideas and questions. Can I get away with just that? Answer's no. How about just this? We are just absolutely breaking this game, and I love it. Ooh, fun, dinky car building game. We're gonna treat this like fucking F1 NASCAR. We are going to try and find every rule and break it. Because technically, you never said we couldn't do this. It works, therefore it is allowed. Oh, I miscalculated. Oh well, I can just replace this. You put it out further. That's not working properly. Negative 31. Don't know why that just randomly inverted the controls, but okay. Whoa. Why is this not performing as well? Does it really just want this? Apparently it really just is that. No, I haven't touched the tech tree career because I've been pushing the game to its limits. Alright. We're gonna turn these back down to about 38. Between braking with space and S, yes, there is a significant difference. With S, it seems to just turn the engine off, and even like, if you're familiar with like what a Jake brake is in diesels, it does that where the car revs down and it uses engine braking. So think of it like this: I'm holding nothing. Car is in idle. I press W, car accelerates. And you can see it rolls. But when it's rolling and I press S, it slows down. It slows down, yes. But that is in comparison to space, which just locks the wheels. So at full speed, what that looks like, 160 S. The engine starts revving down, starts shifting down in gears. Compare that to 60 space. The wheels lock, you see those tread marks, and I lose a lot of my control at that speed. So S is just lets off the accelerator, even like I mentioned, Jake brakes. The fastest this thing can go is 309. I have gotten it to reach that. However, I've since added all these aerodynamics, and I haven't really fixed its air resistance, which is on my to-do list. This right now is something I'm experimenting with. This is a platform more than it is a race car at the moment. I think it's going into the turn too sharp. The sharp turn is great, don't get me wrong. However, it initiates that turn too sharply is the problem. And that leads me to skidding out. So, I'm going to turn this down. Because there's 220, there's 6 gear. That's the final gear, 6. Like, I'm more than managing through that corner, but that initial turn is actually a little too strong, in my opinion. I'm going to turn these down as well. 17. Do you upload your vehicles? I haven't uploaded my vehicles. I tried using controller and I'm not a fan. I am unfortunately just not a fan of the way the game does controller. Last stream, I goofed around with trying to get my racing wheel to work, and it wouldn't. For some reason, the brake pedal was what rotated the camera. There's really no way to change the keybinds with the keyboard. Yes. Also because of just size, they're very clunky to get to fit into the form factor I'm used to racing with. I'm used to racing with like a specific size in mind. So using those large gears is just a really big wall that sits in the center of the car. I think 17 was a little low on these. 25. I think it's so little that it's actually just like not wanting to register that it's turning. And to rank list career without them, if you have access to planetary gears, I would use planetary gears. If you don't have access to planetary gears because you're not there yet in the career or whatever, you can use 2 gear trains. So like have a medium to small. The largest gear train, yes, I think is more efficient in that regards. But like I said, it's still just cumbersome. Also, when I was just going through the career, I used the large gear. If I go back here, you can see some of my my cars I created for the career mode do use the large gear. Let's just have it now. This one does. So is this one, that one. Oh, these are all, they're the same base chassis as I was unlocking parts. I was just putting more things on. There's the large gear. I use the large gear for the helicopter stuff. There's the chassis without the large gear in it. Large gear. Can you fly around? Want to take some pics? I can fly around, yeah. I've got a helicopter and a plane. Let me make sure this is off or on. What I now know about like WASD keybinds, I could actually make a better plane. Oh. Oh, you wanted to take pictures of my gear trains. Okay. So there's the 2 gear shifts. I go from a 1-to-1 to this big gear, essentially. And there's the small gear. So the gear just slides back. And actually collides with this, so this actually needs to move. Which is probably what I was doing, why this one's like half torn apart. Or alternatively, because this big gear is the problem, you could have it so that this will slide back into this recess and activate the 1-to-1, which then means this gear can stay here. Having the smaller gear towards the gear switch, so now it just slots into that little gap that it's given. Alright, back to shenanigans. That may have just been because I took that corner really badly. Because the steering on this is a little overbearing, I'll honestly say that. Steering is a little bit stronger than I'm used to. Especially on its initial turn. And if I can get this to work well enough, I may not even need those rear fins. Right now I'm using them. Let's just turn those off right now. See what that gives us. Went well. So did that. I have another idea I want to try with the fins, with the shark fins. Because right now, they supply downforce, which is good. Downforce is a good thing. And in corners, they supply more downforce, which is another good thing. The problem I have, however, is that in the straightaways, I don't want any downforce. So, here's my idea. On the straightaway, I don't have any downforce with a shark fin like that. I think you could, especially if you have a car with the proper gear ratios. You could even control your gear ratio. Like, you could control the shifting manually. That is a setting you can turn on. So there is that. So here's my idea. These normally are not supplying any downforce. However, these might scrape the ground. As soon as I start to steer, they turn, theoretically adding downforce, assuming that's how the game's wind model, or like aerodynamics model, works. So, yes. Starting to fly there for a second. I also know some ways to fake drifting as well. So right now I am hitting the top speeds that I want to see. But I don't have the downforce I need to see. So, basically by pushing a piston against the ground, you could lift the rear wheels off just so slightly. So you lose all friction at the rear of the vehicle. And it looks like you're drifting even though the wheels just aren't contacting anymore. It's the same thing I did in Scrap Mechanic to get the drifting Jag to work. So, right now, no downforce in the front wheels. And then when I turn, initiates those shark fins. So suddenly, I have a lot of downforce. Which would mean I could run very minimum default downforce to reduce wind resistance significantly. So that in the straights, I'm getting the full power of my motors. I'm not fighting wind resistance for speed. This might have just worked. If I hadn't clipped the edge of the track, it might have just worked. I want to see if the wing works better this direction. So even though there's less of them, it might just be how they're programmed to function. I was paying attention to the wing, not where I was driving. It's working well. I have to increase the angle. Higher speed, which is good. I'm turning. Not as well as I want to, though. So, that's going to be accomplished by increasing this number. 67. Not enough. Not enough. Idea. That looks cool. I'm just going to do that because it looks cool right now, honestly. I might be using too much angle now, yeah. And this might also be colliding with the wheel, which is a problem. Trying to make this, I could move it. I could easily move it away from the wheel. But trying to make this look cool and function is interesting. Red paint on the car because it goes faster. Are we using Warhammer logic now? Let's do 35, 37. 38. That worked well. Not well enough. $45. Part of my concern is that that wing will actually grab the ground when it tilts. I'm not sure it's actually applying downforce properly because it's not a wing, it's a wedge, essentially. So let's try this. Let's make it so part of it is the downforce wing. That we already know works. However, to reduce the amount of downforce that we are exerting on this system when we are driving it normally, let's put a secondary wing off to the side that is flat. This means not all of the downforce is being exerted on a straightaway. We still get some of it. Then as we turn, we get significantly more downforce. And this is opposed to using the 5 wide wing that we were before. Nope. Let's try something with a little more room for more wings, maybe? So love that look, having those two staggered slightly like that. Because, like, that just looks menacing. That little gap is all it takes, and it looks really nice. Now, when we tilt, I'm also curious if 45 is too much now for this. Because I just immediately start skidding. Let's take it down to 31. I think that was where we were roughly at before. When we had the 5 wide wing. I don't like uploading things to the workshop. Honestly. It comes from this mentality of I'd rather people experiment on their own instead of just copying one of my designs. Have them understand why something works rather than just take something that does already work. Because I don't want someone to go, oh, this is a great transmission, copy paste. Instead of understanding why this is a good transmission, why different gear ratios work the way they do. Put these back. Give us a little more of a fighting chance with less total downforce in the front of the vehicle. It seemed to have a wider turn. $39. Sun Lounge, but here's the thing. I'm not saying you are going to copy it. I'm saying if it's on the workshop, it has that ability. someone else could just as easily do so. Part of me wonders if it's just because I'm taking that corner at such a high speed now. That's why it's just, I have so much momentum through that corner now that no matter how much of this wing that I put on there, it's just not going to work the way I want it to. How do I say this? I'd rather give people ideas than give people answers. Or about fishing or something, yeah. Turned better than I was expecting. New enemy appeared, curb. Yeah. Trying to balance the whole, like, wind resistance with downforce is interesting. I think in a place on, like, say the front, you already have this big chunk. I might as well put some downforce here because it's going to create wind resistance regardless. It's at 140 right now. and 125. So this added wind resistance on something that's already going to cause wind resistance is a good thing. But here, where there's no wind resistance on anything behind it other than itself, like there is a good place because it's going to have wind resistance regardless of how I build it. Which makes me wonder if I could redesign this using something like these. Like that. Or I could put one wing. No, I can't. I was going to put one wing there and one wing on top, but that doesn't work that way. Is there anything else that has a similar function? That isn't this. You haven't taken the time to get your time back? That's fair. Yeah, a dyno would be great. I've actually considered, like, could you build a dyno in the game? Like, in the game with the parts that are already here? The answer is maybe? I haven't really done anything with that idea, but it's an idea all the same. And 12. And 15. And 20. And 25. No putting downforce on the back decreases the effectiveness of the steering. I want to try something. At this point, I have so much downforce on the front. I want to try and balance the downforce better. And I have new working theories on how to make the front wing better as well. So, 39. 39. Hey, that seemed promising. Ooh, almost had it. Almost had it, too. That would have been gorgeous. 40... Can I give clean 45? No, I can't. 46. 45. I think we're getting like a diminishing return when it comes to angling this. $45's too much. 31. So let's do somewhere in between. 39. So close to holding through that. Yeah, that would make sense, honestly. But we can't control the steering angles in this game. Oh. I could try putting a diff on the back of this. I think that would make it way worse steering, though. Yeah, we need that rear downforce. But a little extra front downforce won't be a bad thing, especially when it's already somewhere that is air resistant. So now we have this nice front wing. I don't know why I spawned here. Oops. Oh well, we get to drive this car a little bit more. Ooh, we lost downforce in the rear. And stuff keeps exploding. Oh, had I not hit that bump. Brainstorm build. Part of me wants to say a build about... right now we're messing with active aerodynamics, better passive aerodynamics, because I'm noticing a bunch of different things about aerodynamics I never did before, now that I'm actually putting values on angles and stuff. Like, of course, yeah, with the wing, it was quite obvious. Like, the old wings that I had where they would flip up. But not just that, but other things, too. That I'm noticing now. Keep losing that one right there. I want to try something real quick. I want to try... but the actual wing is attached to that. Never mind. I don't have the confetti. I don't have the supporter pack. So badly want to have these as aerodynamics. Problem is, as those tilt down, those are actually getting pushed into the ground, especially on these turns like that. Hmm. Goodbye, you gotta go. Alright, have a good one. Trying to think, still just trying to think how I could mount this in such a way where it would look nice. Trying to get these wing ends more functional, because they keep clipping the ground as they are right now. Because right now we're just trying to get the wind resistance down while still having the same funny turning that we did before. Notice the wheels are also pushing on those fins a bit. You can see the wheel bounce and hit. I don't want to use spinning weights because I don't want to increase downforce. Part of the problem I'm running into, though, is the wings are actually hitting the ground as well. And I could move the wing forward. At least the pivot and everything forward one as well. Since now it's on this, I could do that pin or that front pin. That's the problem. I'd have to, all right. I'm just going to go ahead and bite the bullet. I'm going to push all of this stuff forward. So that I can put the pivot pins here. Yeah. I'm honestly like pushing the limits of this game right now. Got to go. Well, have a good night. We're pushing the limits of this game right now. A lot of the stuff isn't stuff you're going to need to just beat the campaigns. This is stuff you can use if you want to really like start beating records and stuff. Try to place these last. I don't think I did. So keep full at 45, no, 31. D, A, negative 31. Oh, I can't add 31 on this one. Okay. It's fine. Actually bring the wing in by one. All right. That's interesting. This is a new glitch. A and D are working for this one. Is it because I placed the two together? That's all I did? Yep. Now if I delete one and place it independently... No. This is new. Okay. What if I delete the connector? If I delete your connector? Hmm. I don't know what's happening. It's new. All right. All right. It's got a keybind that doesn't even exist. A works by itself. But it's also being affected by D. There is no keybind with D. There is no D. There is none. None at all. Why are you turning when I press? Unless it's the... Is the wheel pressing against it? That's the servo doing it. Let's... Which one of you has the keybind D on it? Let's set you to E, just for the sake of testing. There's no keybind for D! Why are you working? Nothing on this build has a keybind for D. Game. There's nothing. There's nothing. Okay, good. Good. You're not keybinding to D. Good. I don't know how this is happening. A. 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 Why is it... There is no D keybind. Why is it functioning when I press D? There is no D keybind anywhere on this vehicle. Why is it lifting when I press D? Screams in pain. Okay, I have a theory. My theory was incorrect. I have a new theory. I'm clueless. How? How? There is no D keybind. Ah. Okay, we are starting from scratch. Nothing has been built. Let's build by the numbers. We place these. Then we place these. Now we can connect these and set our keybinds. You have D. You get A. I press A. It works. I press D. It works. Why was it not working before? Why are they linked now? Ah. 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 One. Let's set this on by default. 2. 3. This is D. This is A. This is A. This is D. This is A. This is D. This is what the... Ah. Okay. I'm going to place this like this. Then I'm going to do that. Maybe through some magic. We're going to place this second. And then this third. And we're going to go A. D. We're going to change this to not toggle and go to -37. Change this to not toggle. -37. Redrive. What the actual fuck? I have a feeling games like, no, I know a better way to do this. Here, let me do it for you. Don't activate one at a time, activate them both. It's better. That's what this feels like right now. It feels like the game has just said, no, I'm making this car for you. You're not allowed to build it the way you want to. If it would stop fucking exploding. Let's do this less. Let's do -20. At this point, the game. Goodbye, good luck, and I will probably be hopping off here shortly, since the game is just breaking at this point. Breaking more than usual. Well, I will say this, at least it's not breaking randomly. I am pushing the game to its limits and kind of exploiting something at the moment, so that kind of makes sense. Stop exploding! It's colliding with the wheel. Stuff is just breaking at this point. It's starting to get a little frustrating. 45. Part of me is thinking that because I don't have left and right wings now, because they've kind of fused together essentially, is actually affecting my ability to turn significantly. Because part of what I was actually using was having that drag on one side of the car, and only one side of the car, to assist with the turn. Now that I don't have that, becoming a major pain. I forgot to put the axle back in this side. Hey, the descriptions are back. That's nice. I just noticed. Does this work? My pain is immeasurable right now. Why does one work and the other not? And it just randomly stopped working too. Ooh, almost. Almost. We almost had something there. You know what? Let's just send this to the moon. Let's just send this. This is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. Just no. This works. Oh my god, it works. It's absolutely stupid, but it is working. I like how you can actually see the suspension buckle when I do this. Alright, let's dial this down a little bit. That's a little... It's not enough downforce. So we're at 50, 55, 51? Let's go back up to 51. In concept, this works. In application, it seems to function. Now the question is, can we make it work better?
Yes, the active arrow does help with unwanted roll. Part of my question comes from whether or not these shark fins work at any other angles. Because if I could place a shark fin like this, I think it would look nicer, and I could stack them along. Hello, Truss. And then I could do something dumb like this. Getting that F1 look. Kind of. I am getting them to work independently again, which is nice. It's actually working better. Okay, that's good. Maybe a bit too much. And what we can do with this one is to go like this. Because when we're in an open straightaway, this isn't causing... It is causing a lot of drag. I could definitely make this better, but it's causing less than just having a bunch of downforce fins would. Until it skips off the ground like that. We are really pushing these, aren't we? Okay, I'm liking these so far. Few issues, though. One of which being we need... Oh, I need a drink. That's one thing I need. There we go. I could, yes. Let's see if we can operate with just those two. Just for now. Nope. The answer is no. Since we're so far out from the wheel, do you want to try this again? Hopefully the wheel doesn't smack into this. It does. Okay, this seems to work the way I want it to. Almost, almost, almost. Well, I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to rotate these up. Maybe these are what's catching us. Ah, and the glitch, it has returned. God. Back. What if I use 2 different engines? Which one are you? You're the one that doesn't have a label. Ah. $51, that's the number. Find the key before the other engine. That worked. This one worked. Now they're fucking linked. I don't know how, don't know why. It's functioning again. Don't know why. Hmm. 44. It's working when they're the same, though. It's something about the order in which they're placed and the order in which you click into the menus. That's all I can, like, deduce. $53. Let's do 47. Ooh. I think it's a thing of, like, once I place the motors, like the actual engine motors, I can't re-enter that menu. If I enter that menu while the servos are placed, it might cause the glitch to occur. I like how you can see the suspension. I don't want to say collapse, but compact. 45. Yeah, for breaking what key needs to be used. 45's not enough. Barely not enough. However, I am curious. Could I... It's 127. 122. Okay. So let's go back to 50. Which is more than enough, we already know. But now there's less aerodynamics on the front normally, which means these are doing more work, but there's also less air resistant. I'll have to test at some point just what is causing the glitch. But for now, I want to work with this proof of concept more. Hello. Active aerodynamics and a system on which we're controlling servos with WAS and D. So right now when I press A, that one lifts and that one lifts. So we have an active aerodynamic system that helps the car turn by increasing downforce on one side, but also increasing drag on one side. It's the same as the steering because we're trying to also increase drag on that side of the car. So the air itself is pushing the car around the corner as well. Now that we have much more, let's go down to 44. Let's decrease the rear a little bit. Well, have a good one. Oh. Our car's gone. No! This is the old one. Okay. That's it. That's the end of the stream. We're going to have to pick up on this another time. There goes the car. Just, oh, wait, no. Did I? No, that's still the old one. Never mind. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. Ah. Oh, I'm going to have to rebuild that entire front end. Okay. We still have, like, the chassis with all the gears, the fun stuff. Yeah. Let's see, did it just... Real quick, did it just teleport? Did it go into one of the other categories? No. What? What are you saying? Smell? Now I know how to say that. What are you saying, dude? Alright. We're going to drive this around the track just for a moment. And then I'm going to end the stream here. Because we just lost all of that progress. Oh, this is the... Now I feel like I've been pampered. The active Aero had such great turning. Like, this thing is trash in comparison. Oh, the active Aero was just good. Oh, You just got to see that part of the stream. Yeah, the part where the car corrupted and deleted. Yeah, that Okay. Oh well. We're gonna hop off here. Take a break. We'll come back to this another time. Probably tomorrow, but I might also do some work off camera to experiment. So that being said, I'm gonna end it here. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sticking around. Until next time. Peace.